something like this. So this is a set. This is the element. Okay. And then we're gonna have some special symbol, which is called membership symbol. This one say A is a member of big A. Okay. And non-membership, there are two special sets, the universal set and the empty set. Universal set, if you say you referring to everything here. Okay. And this guy means it's nothing, which is equal to this one. The empty set or the null set. And when you see the absolute value of a set, it actually means the cardinality of A, or in simple English, it is just the number of elements in A. So in this case, I can write absolute value of A is going to be equal to 3 because A has 3 elements here. So that's a set. And the set, you can write it two ways. You list them or you use the rule. Okay. So there are two ways. And when you list them, the order is not important. This one and this one are the same. And when you talk about subset, if A is inside B, then we say A is a subset of B. Basically, we say all elements in A, all elements in here, anything in here must be in B as well. For example, if A is the AU student and B is the BG 2209 students, you can see that B is going to be inside A in this case. Okay. And there are some facts about the subset. For the subset, A will be equal to B if and only if A is inside B and B is inside A, right? So that's the only way. If you use the imagination, A is gonna be inside B and at the same time it could be inside A. That's only one case, right? They must be the same. Empty set is a subset of every set. Every set is a subset of universe. And then every set is a subset of itself. If A is inside B, then B is inside C, then it's gonna be A inside C. We talk about the operators, right? Set operators, which could be intersection, union, minus, which is the difference, and then the complement. Only this. There will be no multiplication, no division. This is not gonna happen, okay? We don't have the operators for that. So let's talk about intersection. Intersection is the and or the but. However, something like that. This means and intersection. When you have intersection, it's gonna be this part, which means it's gonna be the elements that is also B and also in A at the same time นะมันก็คือจุดตรงนี้แหละที่เป็นอยู่ใน A และอยู่ใน B พร้อมกัน so that's the only place here. So we use this symbol A intersects B. So another one, not another one, when you see that there would be no intersection, no overlap, this guy is basically empty set, right? So in this case, if A intersect B is empty set, we call them disjoint. We call them disjoint. And as you can see for the disjoint, like this, if we talk about PA, this may be too far. Then we have to talk about union first. The union is the or, right? We use this symbol A union B. Or in this case, it's referred to this element is in A or in B. Therefore, it's going to be this area. Okay. So now, once you know it, so in this case, if I ask about probability of A union B, in this case, when they are disjoint, so you can see that A union B is this one and this one. Therefore, PA union B is going to be PA plus PB, right? For this case. Otherwise, if it's looking like this, if it has the overlap, therefore PA union B is going to be smaller than this one. So in this case, PA union B is going to be PA plus PB and then minus the overlaps, right? PA intersects B. And then the difference is gonna be saying it's in A, but not in B. In A, but not in B. So in A, but not in B, you can transform it to this. So A minus B is A intersect A bar, okay? Which is gonna be this guy. And on the other hand, this guy is gonna be B minus A. This one is A minus B. In A, but not in B. In B, but not in A, okay? And the complement is the opposite, let's say, of A. If A is inside here, not A, this is A bar or not A, it's gonna be the outside. So some laws of operation, A intersect A bar, as you can see, is gonna be empty set. However, if A union A bar is gonna be the universal set. And then if A bar double bar, you come back to A. And commutative law, you can use A intersect B, B intersect A, the same. A union B is B union A. Okay, associative law, this one you have the same operator. You can use any pair first. You can do this one first, or you can do this one first. The same result. For example, you do something like 1 plus 2 plus 3, right? You can do 1 plus 2 first and then plus 3, or you can do 2 plus 3 first and then plus 1. So normally we do in the parenthesis first นะครับเราจะทำในวงเล็บก่อนนะครับงั้นทำวงเล็บไหนก่อนก็ได้นะครับมันก็จะได้ผลเท่ากัน However, if you have the different operators, this one is intersection, this one is union, so you can just distribute them using something that you have learned in high school, right? 1 multiplied by 2 plus 3, then you're going to get 1 multiplied by 2, right? Plus 1 multiplied by 3. That's what we do here, the same trick that we use. This is called distributive law. And you have seen before in class, we use many cases with this one, De Morgan's, okay? It says if you have A intersect B or A union B, the big bar, you can break down the big bar into smaller bars, so it becomes A bar, and change the intersection to union and B bar. If this one is the union, it's gonna be getting A bar intersect B bar like this, okay? And there are some common words that we have to get yourself, you have to understand it because it might come up in the exam questions. I don't know if it's gonna come up or not, but if it comes up, so you should be able to do it. So X is at most 2. At most 2. Think about if you can register at most 21 credits, something like that. So this one is gonna be X less than or equal to. The key here is gonna be you should include it or not. So X is at least 2. What is it? At least 2. This one, right? X is more than 2. Okay, must be more than. 2 is not enough, so it's going to be more than 2. No equal sign. Less than 2. X is less than 2. Okay? No more than 2. No more than 2, so it's X less than or equal to 2. No less than 2. No less than 2, so it's X is. Okay. Go back and think about it. So we have some experiment. By definition, experiment is something, activity or process that gonna give you the data เป็นอะไรที่ให้ข้อมูลเราอะไรก็ได้โยนเหรียญ toss a coin, setting a card, waiting a loaf of bread, waking yourself in the morning, and measuring the time to load the web page, anything. Okay, measuring the voltage in the circuit lab, check your Wi-Fi signal strength on your phones, counting bit errors in data transmission and stuff like that. Okay, those will be the so-called experiment. Okay, gotta give you the data. Okay, or basically the set of data. And for the set of data here, if you check all possibilities, check all possibilities is going to be called sample space. So all possibility of this is called sample space. So the set of all possibilities. Then if you toss a coin, sample space is head tail, right? If you toss about a die, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sitting a card, so it's going to be what? Ace of heart, of ace of diamond, and so forth until king, right? Of club, something. All of them. And this is going to be the set of all possible outcomes. If you think about the set of only some outcome, only the set of some of them, then it's going to be called the event. Okay, for example, you toss a die. We know that this is the experiment, and the sample space is going to be 1 to 6, right? We know that. But if you select only some of them showing a value greater than 3, so we have 4, 5, 6, right? You see that this is only some of them over here, 4, 5, 6. This is going to be called the event. And event will be just the set, right? Then you can do A intersect B, A union B, and so forth, because they are just a set. Then you can find A bar, which is also called the opposite event. And then we talk about the P of A, which is the probability of the event A. So this one is a measure of the chance that A will occur. For example, PS is the probability that H will occur. P tail is the probability that tail will occur. And we know that it is going to be 1 over 2, right? Because they for the fair one, it's going to be 1 over 2. For a fair die, probability of 1, probability of 2, probability of 6 is going to be 1 over 6. Some truth about the probability. Probability must be a number from 0 to 1. If you say probability of A is minus 2, then you have to check your calculation because it cannot be minus 2. Probability of the sample space or the universal set is going to be equal to 1 because sample space is everything already, right? Probability of nothing is going to be 0. You have nothing in there, it's not going to happen, right? And then, well, this one is really powerful, okay? I have shown you in the class as well. So if sometimes you compute PA directly, it's difficult, okay? Normally what you do is that you are going to compute this one instead, and you use this one to compute PA. So if you compute this one, it might be easy. Okay, so this one might be a good idea. Because if you compute directly, it's too difficult. You go around the bush and then you get this one นะบางทีเราต้องทำอ้อมเพราะว่าบางทีหา PA โดยตรงมันยากมากอ่ะเพราะฉะนั้นสิ่งที่เราจะทำก็คือเราจะหา PA bar แทนแล้วช่วยใช้1ลบ PA เพื่อมาหา PA ทีหลังโอเคไหมครับif A and B are disjoints, I have already shown you that it's gonna look like this. Keep in mind that P of something is gonna be the area. Okay, P of something is the area. That's it. Like this. Okay, if I say PA, you think about the area of A in this figure. That's the analogy. นะครับ analogy ของมันก็คือถ้าเราบอกว่า PA ก็คือพื้นที่ของไอ้วงนี้อย่างนั้นเลยนะ so P of A is the area of A. That's what we have. ประมาณนี้ไปไหนต่อแล้วif they are not disjoint, you have to use this symbol. We use inclusion, exclusion. So for example, you have it like this, right? When you say PA, you count this, right? This is A, this is B. When you say B, you count this, right? And as you can see over here in this area, you count them 2 times because there are 2 colors here, right? What you have to do is you have to subtract 1 so that it's going to be correct. You remove 1, so by subtracting this guy, so it's done. So That's the equations that you have to use. Then we talk about the finite sample space, right? Sample space that you have the limited numbers of elements. Let's say we have A1 A2 A3 until AK นะครับที่มีจำนวนสมาชิกเป็นจำกัดนะครับเราก็สมมุติว่ามันมีถึง K ก็แล้วกัน so if you have any event A okay that has only two members then if you want to compute PA you just use PA1 plus PA3 for example sample space is 1 to 6 right tossing a die then A is 2 4 6 you can see that PA is going to be P of 2 plus P of 4 plus P of 6 like that okay which is 1 over 2 okay this is how you find P of A okay we move to the sample space that is simple what does it mean you need to have finite sample space which is this guy and all outcomes must be equal likely then you're gonna have simple sample space the beauty of simple sample space is if you want to
อา
compute
จารย์
PA ครับผม
I have a question ทำไมเมื่อกี้มันเป็น1/6นะครับอาจารย์
ไหนอะ
อ๋อ1
1 over
ทำไม
6 1 over 6 1 over 6
อ๋อโอ
okay
เคครับ
okay นะ so it's 1 over 6 1 over 6 1 over 6 3 over 6 1 over 2
โอเคครับอาจารย์
ครับ so we are gonna have finite sample space and outcomes must be the same okay outcomes must be the same for example you toss two fair coins you're gonna have head 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 tail right tail head and then tail tail you see that the properties of all these are all the same right so this one is simple sample space picking a card from the standard deck, you can see the probability of each one is 1 over 52. So this one is simple sample space. The beauty of simple sample space is P of A is the absolute value of A by absolute value of S. Number of elements in A divided by the number of elements in S. So you can use this only with simple sample space. Otherwise, if it's not simple sample space, you cannot use this one. So tossing a die, you can see that it is simple sample space. However, a football match between AU team and Barcelona, the outcomes are not equal likely. So this one is not. BG 2209 final grade, this one is not. So you cannot use this equation. You cannot use this equation. Because outcomes are not equal นะครับแต่ละอันมันไม่เท่ากันนึกออกไหมป๊อปความน่าจะเป็นที่ได้ A ได้ A ลบ A B บวกอะไรเนี่ยมันไม่เท่ากันหรอกเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยมันจะไม่ใช่ simple sample space เพราะฉะนั้นจะมาใช้สูตรนี้ไม่ได้จะใช้สูตรนี้ไม่ได้เห็นนะครับอาจารย์ว่าไปแล้วนะครับสูตรนี้ basically what you have to do is you count it how many in A how many in S right therefore we are going to study the so-called counting technique so that we can count and put into this equation นะสิ่งที่เราต้องทำก็คือเราต้องนับ2ครั้งนับ A กับนับ S นะเพราะฉะนั้นเราก็ต้องเลยมาเรียนวิธีการนับเนี่ยนะวิธีการนับไม่มีอะไรมาก there are two rules that you are going to have is multiplication and addition to put it simple multiplication is a bunch of operations that you can do one after another but in this case I'm limited to only 2 but you can have 3 4 5 operations so basically you do the first operation and then you do the second you do the third and so forth so if you do the first operation in n one ways second operation you have n two ways to do it and 3 ways to do it what you have to do is just multiply them that's the total number of ways that you can do On the other hand, in the additions, instead of doing one after another like this, you are going to choose to do this one, the one operation, or second operation, or the third operation, but you're not going to do both of them. Okay, you're going to use only one of them. Okay, if you have n1 ways to do this one, n2 ways to do this one, and 3 ways to do this one, so you have to add them. Okay, you have to add them. So permutation is the arrangement. The good examples that how do you know that you're going to use multiplication and additions? Think about this one. You are going to wear you're going to dress to school, right? You're going to wear a shirt, and then you're going to wear pants, right? So in this case, which one are you going to do? You're going to do multiplication or addition? You have to do multiplication because you are going to wear your shirt, right here, and then you're going to wear your pants, like, so you're going to wear both. Shirt first, pants later. You're going to do this, shirts and then pants. Then you can dress to school properly. On the other hand, for the additions, if you choose this one, it means if you choose this one, it means you are wearing only the shirts to school. Okay, which is bad. Or you choose this one, which means you are gonna wear only the pants to school, which is bad. You are not gonna do both of them because you have to choose. You choose the shirts or you choose the pants, right? So when you do think about this one, which rules are you gonna use? You are doing multiplication or you are doing addition. This one is called series connection นะต่อแบบอนุกรม This one is parallel connection. Okay, they are different. So let's talk about permutation. Permutation is when you have some objects, n of them, you have n of them, and then you want to arrange all of them. So permutation is the arrangement of all or part of the objects. So let's talk about all of them first. If you arrange all of them, it's going to be called n factorial. For example, you have a, b, c, and then you want to arrange all of them, so it's going to become 3 factorial. 3 factorial is 3 by 2 by 1. And if you have n objects to arrange, that's one going to be n factorial, which is n by n minus 1 by n minus 2 until 1. Okay, some factorial facts. If you have 10 factorial, which is going to be 10 by 9 by 8 by something until 1. As you can see, this one is actually 9 factorial. So 10 factorial is 10 into 9 factorial. And 9 factorial, you can see that it's going to be 9 into 8 factorial. So I can write this one another way, e to 10 by 9 by 8 factorial also ถูกไหมเอา9แฟกตรงนี้มาแทนที่ตรงนี้เราก็จะได้ตรงนี้โอเคนะครับ and 0 factorial is gonna be equal to 1. On the other hand, if you don't want to arrange all of them, you arrange some of them. You have n objects and select R to arrange. So you arrange only R of them. So it's going to be n select R to arrange. So NPR. So it's called permutation of n things taken R at a time. And in this case, order is important. 1 and 2 is not going to be equal to 2 and 1. Okay, Amy and Bob is not equal to Bob and Amy because Amy is the first, Bob is the second. Bob is the first, Amy is second. They are not the same. This one is important if you have something like race runner, right? วิ่งแข่งกันถูกไหม This one, Amy gonna get the gold, Bob gonna get the silver. This one, Bob gonna get the gold, Amy gonna get the silver. So the race runner, the golf, the something like that, they are not the same, right? Order is not the same. Order is important. So in this case, you have to aware of that. And NPR is equal to n factorial divided by n minus r factorial. So order is important. However, if order is not important, you say Amy and Bob is equal to Bob and Amy. So in this case, you don't care about the order. The case like if you want to find the partners in senior project. So in this case, it doesn't matter. You and your friend and you, they are the same. Or you have the partner in the circuit lab or something like that. So you are the same, right? You have the same one. So when you order is not important, then you use combination n choose r. So this one is read n choose r. You just choose them, but you don't arrange them. Don't arrange them. You just choose them. แค่เลือกมานะครับแต่ไม่ได้เรียงอันนี้เลือกและเรียงด้วย select them and arrange them อันนี้แค่เลือกเฉยๆ just choose them you don't arrange them so n choose r which I normally use this symbol n choose r is n factorial divided by r factorial n minus r factorial and this guy is called binomial coefficient for example 10 factorial uh, 10 choose 2 okay 10 choose 2 is equal to 10 factorial 2 factorial 8 factorial which is equal to 10 choose 8นะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยก็จะได้สูตรนี้มา n choose r is equal to n choose n minus r เห็นไหมประมาณนี้if you have multinomial is the application of the combinations for example if you have n1 of type 1 n2 of type 2 n3 of type 3 and so forth nk of type k so you are gonna get a number n factorial divided by n1 factorial n2 factorial n3 and so forth for example Mississippi if you want to know how many ways we can arrange them you count the number so 1 2 3 you count off them this is m I s s I s s I p p I so 11 factorial so you divided by the number of m's in there so it's going to be 1 factorial number of i's in there there are 4 number of s's in there I think there are 4 again and number of p's in there so this is called multinomial basically what you do is that you are going to arrange them you have to think about that all of them are different so it's going to be 11 factorial and then you divide by the number of duplications you have 1m so number of duplications is 1 number of i's so you divide by because if you dividing by 4 factorial here means if you arrange i's in here so you have I you arrange them you swap them you swap this one and this one it doesn't make any difference right therefore you are and over here you have 4 factorial if you swap them rightนะมี i อยู่4ตัวเห็นไหมถ้าเราสลับ i กันเองเนี่ยเฉพาะ i เนี่ยมันจะมี4แฟกต์ในนี้ซึ่งใน4แฟกต์นี้คุณสลับไปเถอะมันได้ผลเหมือนกันงั้นสิ่งที่เราจะทำคือเราหารมันทิ้งเพราะว่ามันไม่มีผลอะไรถูกไหมมันไม่ต่าง so we divide by 4 factorial because you have 4 i's okay if I ask you if to arrange the words like okay if you arrange this, how many ways we can arrange this one? F-nits. How many ways? จะได้กี่แบบ F-nits? We have one E, one P, one N, one I, one S. จะได้กี่แบบครับ เรียงลำดับอันนี้ เงียบหมด อยู่ มีใครเรียนอยู่ไหมเนี่ย ฮะ You guys still here?
ยังอยู่ครับคิดอยู่
ได้กี่แบบ ได้กี่แบบ
ขอกลับไปดูอีกทีได้ไหมครับอาจารย์
ดูอะไรอีกวะเนี่ยอาจารย์ก็อยู่หน้านี้นี่ไม่เป็นไร ไปต่อนะ
5อาจารย์5แฟกต์
โอเค5แฟกต์โอเคไหมถูกไหมเพราะว่ามันไม่มีซ้ำเลยถูกไหมครับโอเคไปต่อเถอะ next is the hypergeometric. Hypergeometric means you are going to pick some objects without a replacement. Now you have two types, type 1, type 2, and the property is going to be you're choosing, let's say you have n objects, right? Type 1 is here, and then type 2, and then you have n minus k, right? A total of k here. So your total of n. So in this case, you're gonna pick small n and hope that you're gonna get x of type 1 and n minus x of type 2. You can see that x of type 1 must be from here. So you have k, choose x, and n minus x must be from here, right? So it's kn minus k, choose n minus x, divided by n, choose n. Okay. Next is the binomial. This one is different because you're going to pick with a replacement. P of type 1 is k over n, which is p. P of type 2, which is n minus k over n, which is called q, which is 1 minus p. Therefore, p x of type 1, n minus x of type 2.
อันเมื่อกี้มันคือเลือกยังไงนะครับอาจารย์
อันไหนเอ่ย
อันข้างบนนะครับอันนี้ครับ
ก็เลือกมา n เล็กตัวเลือกมามั่วๆเลยคือ2อันมันปนกันอยู่ they mix together but you pick randomly n objects without a replacement. For example, I have male and female students. Okay, let's say I have 20 male students and 5 female students. Right, normally in our school we have a lot of male students นะส่วนใหญ่โรงเรียนเราก็จะผู้ชายเยอะกว่าผู้หญิงถูกไหม Let's say 20 and 5. If I select students randomly, 3 students, okay, which I want to be 2 male and 1 female ประมาณนี้ so what is the probability that you're gonna have 2 males and 1 female. Therefore, you can see that 2 males must be from here. So it's going to be 20, you choose 2. And 1 female must be from the 5 students here. So 5, choose 1. Divided by, you have a total of 25 students here, right? So 25. You choose how many students? 3. So this is how we have the hypergeometric distribution. You pick without a replacement. On the other hand, if you pick and put it back, then you are going to have, you have to find P first by using K over N. And you have to find Q, which is N minus K over N, type 2. And then that's going to be the property of type 1, N minus X of type 2. So you have to use this equation and choose X. Since you're going to need X of type 1, right? So it's going to be P to the power of X. N minus X of type 2, so it's Q to N minus X. And there are N choose X ways to have that. Okay. Next, we can have the so-called conditional probability, which is called P something given something. So let's say PA given B. It is a probability of A, right? It is a probability of A. Given that, assuming that if something like that, B occur, we assume that B already occur, right? You just assume that, hey, this guy already occurred. What happened to PA? That's the meaning of conditional probability. And we know that the probability of A given B is PA intersect B by PB. Therefore, if you multiply this guy over here, then you can get PA intersect B this way or PA intersect B this way. I already told you to remember these two, right? They are very important. Just a second. Drinking water. So in this case, if you want to find PA given B, it means B occur, right? B occur. Okay. Therefore, this guy cannot occur, this guy cannot occur. Therefore, this one is going to be called new sample space because this is the given, right? We assume that B occur. Therefore, if you want to find P of A, right now P of A given B, P of A, which is only this part, as you can see, it's going to be P A intersect B. However, the sample space is reduced from this guy to this guy. Therefore, you have to divide by PB to make it right. ครับ sample space มันเปลี่ยนนะครับ มันหดลง จากตอนแรกถ้าไม่มีมันจะไม่บอกอะไร sample space คือตัวนี้ แต่เมื่อไหร่ที่เขาบอกว่า if b or given b sample space ลดจิ๋วเหลือแค่นี้เลย เพราะเขาบอกอยู่แล้ว given b ก็คือ b เกิด แปลว่าตรงนี้มันเกิดไม่ได้แหละดังนั้น sample space ใหม่ของเราก็เหลือก้อนกลมๆตรงนี้ดังนั้นถ้าเราจะหา PA ก็คือมันเหลืออยู่แค่เสี้ยวเดียวนี่แหละนะครับก็ได้สูตรนี้มา Okay, on the other hand, if they say given B, it's like this, given B. Over here, over here, over here, over here, they are not going to happen. Therefore, what is PA given B here? 0. Nothing. Nothing is going to happen. ครับอย่างนี้เกิดไม่ได้นะครับ Therefore, we're going to talk about the so-called, this case, actually, if this occur like this, they call disjoint, right? And for the disjoint, A and B are dependent. A and B are dependent. What is independent? Independent is when A and B are occur separately without relying on each other. When A occur or B occur, it will not change the property of B or A นะครับแปลว่า A เกิดเนี่ยมันจะไม่มีผลอะไรกับ B B เกิดก็จะไม่มีผลอะไรกับ A ประมาณนั้นนะครับ so A occur or not B occur or not it's not gonna have any effect on the other something like it's raining or not in here Thailand and Barcelona is gonna win or not tonight they are not related when they are not related you can use this one PA intersect B is PA by PB นะครับ PA intersect B ก็เท่า PA by PB otherwise if they are dependent you have used this one dependent PA intersect B must be PA given B by PB or PB given A by PA which one are you going to use depends on the given info นะครับจะใช้อันไหนขึ้นอยู่กับข้อมูลที่เขาให้มาบางทีเขาให้อันนี้มากับอันนี้มาแล้วก็ใช้อันนี้ถ้าเขาให้อันนี้มากับอันนี้มาแล้วก็ใช้อันนี้โอเคนะthis one is disjoint disjoint will be dependent I already talk about it นะ disjoint ก็คือ dependent นะครับทีนี้มีอะไรต่อ partitions if you have sample space you break it down into many parts then it's called partitions let's say you break it down into A1 A2 A3 it's called the partitions. And imagine that for the partitions, you have some set B over here. Okay, B over here. Therefore, I can write B this way. P of B is gonna be this area, right? Okay, which is gonna be P B intersect A1, right? As it's very clear that this one is B intersect A1. This one is B intersect A2, right? You add PB intersect A2 intersect A2 plus PB intersect A3. So if you try to make it using this equation that I gave you here, which is this one, right? I'm gonna use this one, the second one, PB given A1, PB given A1, PA1 plus PB given A2, PA2, and so forth. Okay, you are gonna get the so-called the law of total probability, which is can be written in a more compact form this way. Then once you get this one, the Bayes theorem says if you know PB given A1, let's say, you might want to compute PA1 given B, right? You want to know the reverse. Therefore, if you want to know PA1, PA2, or PA3 given B, I just write PAI. So in this case, let's say you want to know PA1 given B, then what you do is that you use the equation that we have learned, PA1 intersect B by PB, and we know that PA1 intersect B here is going to be written like PB given A1, PA1, right? And PB is the equation that we have for the law of total probability right here. So we're going to get PB given A1, PA1 plus PB given A2, PA2, and so forth. Okay, so that's called the Bayes theorem, which is gonna be one question in the midterm exam, I think, or the law of total probability here. I don't know which one. So they are related actually. So and random variables, there will be two questions over there. One discrete and one continuous in the midterm exam นะอาจารย์บอกข้อสอบไป3ข้อแล้วนะนี่นะมีเบสเซลเลมหรือ law of total prop เนี่ย1ข้อแล้วก็นะ you have the midterm exam นะ I'm giving you 3 questions here Bayes theorem or law of total probability 1 question in the midterm in the random variables there are 2 questions in the midterm 1 discrete and 1 continuous so what is a random variable a random variable is a function from the sample space to a real number. So if you flip the two coins, you have head, 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 tail, tail, head, and tail, tail. Therefore, if you say X, you define the random variable. This is really important. You have to define it. What is a random variable? Then you say it's going to be number of the heads. Therefore, when we say X equal to 0, it means you have 0 heads. When you have 0 head, it's actually P tail tail, right? It's 1/4. If you have one head, right, X equal to 1, so it could be head, tail, or tail, head. So it's going to be, add them, that's 1/2. Then you have Px equal to 2, which means you have 2 heads here, right? Because X is the number of the head. Then you have P head head, which is 1/4. That's the meaning of random variable, guys. นะครับนี่คือความหมายของ random variable นะ random variable คือฟังก์ชันครับ some notations X, Y, Z, and the big letters will be used for the random variables itself. Small letters will be used for the values of the random variable that you are using. So we normally see this a lot. Probability that X equal to X. Let's say probability that X equal to 10, for example. Okay. Probability that your random variable X is equal to some value 10. probabilities that your random variable x is equal to a value small x. Okay. You might wonder why we have to use x over here. Because sometimes I want to add px equal to 1 plus px equal to 2 plus px equal to 3. But let's say I can say summation px equal to x when small x is 1 to 3. I can do it like this. Note that this is small x. This is small x. That's why sometimes we can use it like this. Okay. So you might, hey, why we have to use px equal to x? Does it mean 1? ไม่ใช่นะครับ เพราะ x ใหญ่กับ x เล็กมันคนละแบบคนละอย่างกันนะครับ x ใหญ่คือตัว random variable x เล็กก็คือเป็นค่าอะไรก็ได้ ซึ่งเราเนี่ยอย่างเห็นที่อาจารย์เห็นทำเนี่ยเห็นไหม x ก็เป็น1เป็น2เป็น3ได้เห็นไหมมันเป็นตัวแปรเฉยๆตัวแปรอะไรก็ได้โอเคนะครับประมาณนั้น
Sorry, teacher. Can I look back the random variables slide for 1 second?
this one
Yeah. One question. What did you write for 2, 1D, 1C?
This one is one discrete and one
One
continuous.
discrete.
Yes.
Okay. One discrete.
Okay, you
One
study
continuous.
discrete is going to be one question in the midterm exam, and one continuous is going to be one question in the midterm exam.
Okay, thank you.
So this is one question in the midterm exam. So discrete, I hope you already know discrete random variables. When you have values and there are gaps between values. For example, you flip a coin, you have head and tail. This is going to be the void. นะมีแกลบหรือมี void อยู่คือมันไม่มีอะไรในนั้นระหว่างกลางตรงนั้น Tossing a die, you see that you have 1, 2, 3, right? You have the gaps. Okay, number of students, you have the gaps. Number of errors, number of requests. You can see that one trick that I want to tell you that normally if you see something begin with the numbers, number of, normally it's going to be discrete. นะครับถ้ามันมีความหมายแต่ว่า it might not be 100% but what I have seen is almost 100%. I have never seen anything with numbers that is not discrete ถ้าที่อาจารย์เห็นนะ 99% อ่ะขึ้นต้นด้วย number ส่วนใหญ่นี่คือมันจะเป็น discrete ทั้งนั้นถ้าอาจารย์มั่นใจว่า 100% นะแต่ว่าไม่อยากพูด 100% เดี๋ยวมันไม่มี นะ I think it's 100% but I cannot prove it so I'm gonna play safe let's say 99.99คืออาจารย์เชื่อเหลือเกินว่ามัน 100% อ่ะถ้ามีอะไรที่ขึ้นต้นด้วย numbers เนี่ยนะมันจะเป็น discrete ทั้งหมดแต่อาจารย์พิสูจน์ไม่ได้เพราะฉะนั้นอาจารย์ก็เลยจะไม่พูดว่ามันเป็น 100% ก็จะพูดว่าส่วนใหญ่ไม่รู้จะพิสูจน์ยังไง I don't know how to prove it so just stick with that so continuous is the on the other hand you are not gonna have the gaps you are not gonna have the void all the numbers will be continuous to another one. Let's say you have 1 and then you have 2. Between them, you're going to have a bunch of numbers continuous from 1 to 2 like this. If you have anything like this, all possibilities will be infinity, right? So in this case, the distance, temperature, the time, volume, pressure, power, voltage, some quantities that you study in physics นะปริมาณส่วนใหญ่ที่เราเรียนในฟิสิกส์แรง force the torque the voltage the distance the time anything that you study in physics mostly is gonna be continuous mostly นะครับปริมาณส่วนใหญ่ที่เราเห็นเนี่ยมันก็จะเป็นอย่างนี้นะครับ therefore the probability of every point since we have infinite number of points probability of every single point when you say probability that x equal to 10 in the continuous probability equal x equal to 9 whatever is going to be 0 let's say like this is 0 right so for the discrete random variables you are going to define this one f of x which I'm going to call it PMF probability mass function PMF and it's going to be equal to probability that x equal to x I hope you understand px equal to x นะ Somebody not studying this course will get confused. Hey, what you guys are doing? Px equal to x. They don't know anything about this one, right? So let's say if I want to say f of 5, it's going to be probably that x equal to 5. You see, that's why x equal to x has a meaning here, right? Therefore, 0 to 1 is the range of f of x because it's basically the probability โอเคไหม f เล็กตัวนี้ก็คือความน่าจะเป็นนั่นเองนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นความน่าจะเป็นมันก็อยู่ระหว่าง0กับ1 and then if you add all of them you're gonna get a 1. How does it look like? F of x in this case is gonna look like this, right? This is f of x, this is x, so it's gonna look like that. So you can see that there will be no integration, no differentiation because your graph is just a stick. You cannot differentiate, you cannot integrate them, just the stick นะกราฟเป็นแท่งๆอย่างนี้ integrate ก็ไม่ได้นะครับ dip ก็ไม่ได้ประมาณนี้ On the other hand, the continuous, we know that the probability that x equal to x, any x here is going to be equal to 0 here, right? Therefore, this guy is not useful. PMF is not useful. PMF not useful in continuous. PMF is not useful in continuous. Therefore, we are going to use another one, and the probability that we are going to be interested in will be called the range probability, not the point probability like this anymore. The probability is going to be 0, right? So in this case, you can see that equal sign is not important in the continuous. If you have a between baby with the equal sign here, between AB, they are the same. Okay, px less than 2 is going to be equal to px less than or equal to 2 in this case, in continuous. Okay, in continuous. But it's not true in the discrete. Discrete equal sign is important. Over here, equal sign is important. And we define a new one, f of x. Note that this is not the probability like the discrete. นี่ไม่ใช่ pop นะครับไม่เหมือน discrete นะครับของ discrete fx จะเป็น pop. For the discrete, you see that this one is a probability, but for continuous, this is another definition. Okay, this is not the probability. If you want to get the probability, but rather is it not probability, is it the density of probability? มันไม่ใช่ pop นะครับจะเป็นความหนาแน่นของ pop โอเคไหมประมาณนั้นพูดง่ายๆก็คือเป็นความหนาแน่นของความน่าจะเป็นถ้าอย่างนั้นถ้าเราอยากได้ความน่าจะเป็นเราต้องอินทิเกรตมันทีหนึ่งเห็นไหมครับ So if you want to get the probability, you are going to integrate it. So if you want the probability of A to B, you integrate from A to B like that. Now, if you want to integrate from minus infinity to infinity, this is some all probabilities, right? Because that's the total range of x, you should get a 1 นะควรจะได้1ถูกไหมเพราะเราอินทิเกรตทุกอย่าง so this is the area. So what is the f of x look like? In this case, f of x is gonna look like something like this maybe, and the area must be 1 นะ area total area must be 1. If you want to compute the probability of A to B, then is this going to be only this area? Then you are going to integrate it f of x dx from A to B. Okay, so this is going to be the continuous probability distribution function PDF. Now we move to the CDF, cumulative distribution functions. So in CDF, we use the big F, okay? And the definition is it's going to be probability that big X is less than or equal to small. Note that we have equal sign. So F, big F of 5, in this case, is going to be probability that big X is less than or equal to 5. Okay. and we know that if you have the discrete, so remember the discrete, how it's gonna look like. It's gonna look like this, right? Like this. So f of x and x. Suppose you want to compute big F of 5. You let's say 5 is here. You are gonna add this one. You're gonna add this one to it. So f of 5 is gonna be sum of f of something, so that something here is less than or equal to 5. Okay, and normally we don't write the smiley face, right? I always tell you, but I always like it, write it like this so that you guys are not gonna get scared of this one. So we normally make it more professional by using the symbol y and y. So that's why we have this equation. If you look at this, you are not gonna, hey, what the heck is that? But if you understand what's going on, it's nothing, right? It's nothing. นะครับแปลว่า sum ตัวแปรอะไรก็ได้ด้วยที่ตัวแปรตัวนั้นน้อยกว่าเท่ากับ5จบนะ On the other hand, if you have continuous, remember the graph of the continuous นะจำกราฟว่าหน้าตาแบบไหนจะช่วยได้นะครับ if you have it like this, if you want to get f of 5, right? Big F of 5, 5 is here. So big F of 5 is going to be integrating from minus infinity up until 5. So that's going to be that area. That's infinity up until 5, fx dx. In general, if you want to get f of x, you are going to integrate up until x. So we get this one. All right. Don't confuse, hey, why x is here? Because you are integrating up until x, right? You want f of x here, right? Instead of 5, I change it into x, right? So I'm going to get that. For 5, you guys understand, but for x, you guys don't understand. นะคนส่วนใหญ่ถ้ายกเลข 5 ก็จะเข้าใจ แต่พอบอก x ก็จะงงว่าสูตรดูประหลาดนะมันดูแปลกๆ x ทำไมมาห้อยอยู่ตรงนี้ คือมันมีที่มาที่ไปเห็นแล้วใช่ไหมไม่ยากเลยนะถ้าเราเข้าใจมันก็ไม่มีอะไรทั้งนั้นตรงไปตรงมา and f of x is non-decreasing function. I already told you that non-decreasing function is going to be something like you are increasing and then sometimes you stay the don't I cannot hold it. Sometimes you are increasing, sometimes you stay the same, sometimes you increasing, sometimes you stay increasing, stay the same, and so forth. That's why it's called non-decreasing. Non-decreasing is not equal to increasing. ถูกไหม non-decreasing ไม่เท่ากับ increasing นะครับ increasing คือคุณต้องเพิ่มอย่างเดียวคุณอยู่เฉยๆไม่ได้ non-decreasing คือเพิ่มได้หยุดพักสักหน่อยเหนื่อยขึ้นต่อหยุดพักละเหนื่อยอีกแล้วคืออย่างเงี้ยเนี่ย if you have it like this, it's called non-decreasing function. Okay. So for the non-decreasing function, you can see that if b is bigger than a, then f a must be less than equal to fb. Because it's non-decreasing function, if even though this one is less than, this one must be less than and equal นะครับเนื่องจากมันเป็น non-decreasing นะครับมันอยู่เฉยๆได้เพราะฉะนั้นมันเลยมีโอกาสที่มันจะเท่ากันได้ and this one you're gonna use also sometimes px greater than a is 1 minus f of a, because we know that f of a is probably that x less than or equal to a, right? So that's the opposite of this guy. ถูกไหมเรารู้อยู่แล้ว x น้อยกว่า a มันตรงข้ามกับ x มากกว่าเท่ากับ a เพราะฉะนั้นถ้าเรารวมป๊อปของตัวนี้กับป๊อปของตัวนี้เข้าด้วยกันมันก็จะเท่ากับ1ถูกไหม px greater than or equal to a plus px less than a, you add them, it must be equal to 1. Therefore you are gonna get this equation นะครับย้ายด้านหนึ่งไปมันก็ได้ละเนี่ย and when you use fb minus fa, note that you're going to get equal sign on b, not equal sign on a. How do you get that? Imagine that you have f of b, which is this one, and f of a, which is this one. Now use your imagination. You have this area, you subtract this area, what you're going to get? You're going to get this. Actually, you are not going to get this part, but you get this part. นะเราจะไม่ได้เส้นนี้นะครับแต่ยังไม่ได้เส้น A เพราะว่า A มันอยู่ในนี้แปลว่าเราลบมันทิ้งไปด้วยถูกไหม A มันอยู่ในนี้มันทิ้งไปด้วยแต่นี้มันอยู่แล้วเพราะฉะนั้นเราเก็บ you keep this but you cannot keep this, therefore it should look like this. Okay, therefore it's gonna be only less than and less than equal here นะครับโดยประมาณ Okay, that's it for the midterm exam, guys. I don't know how many questions, probably 5 questions, I think. All right, first question, what is it? First question is counting techniques and some probability. And the second question, I don't know. Actually, I don't remember. And number 3 is the law of total probability. Or maybe 6 questions, I don't know, actually. More likely is it's gonna be 5 จานจำไม่ได้นะ5หรือ6ข้อเนี่ยนะแต่จานก็ยังมั่นใจว่า5นะแต่ถ้าก็ไม่อยากสัญญาเดี๋ยวจานเคยโดนว่ามาบอกไหนจานบอกมี5ไงมันออกมา6อย่างเงี้ยซวยอีกคือพูดอย่างนี้ปั๊บจานก็ไม่ค่อยอยากบอกนะเหมือนแบบถูกมัดตัวเอง แต่ว่าก็บอกไปแต่ว่าอย่ามาโทษอาจารย์เลยนะโทษจานก็ไม่ค่อยอยากบอกนะแค่ไหนก็แค่นั้นนะ Okay, I don't know it's 5 or 6 นะ Don't blame me นะ so I don't know, I don't remember. Law of total probability, all base, remember? And then number 4 and number 5, it might not be in the order นะมันอาจจะไม่ตามลำดับนี้นะครับนักศึกษาอันไหนมาก่อนมาหลังก็ได้แต่โดยมากมันจะเป็นประมาณนี้แต่ว่าอย่าไปเชื่อมันมากเพราะบางทีจานก็เบลอๆนะ4 is going to be the discrete random variables and 5 is going to be continuous. And as you can see in the class, number 4 and number 5, it's going to be starting with small f, and they ask you big F, and then they ask you some probability, or they're going to give you big F, okay, or maybe some K, some constant. They're giving you big F. They ask you, hey, what's the constant value K? What is small f? What is some probability? There are 2 kind of questions here นะมันมี2แบบเท่านั้นเองนะครับให้ f เล็กหรือให้ f ใหญ่แค่นั้นเองให้ f เล็กมันก็ถาม k ถาม f ใหญ่ถามป๊อปให้ f ใหญ่ก็ถาม k ถาม f เล็กถามป๊อปมันมีอยู่แค่นี้2ข้อได้แน่ๆ Okay, any questions? That's all for my part จบแล้วนะ review on Thursday
Teacher,
we have the quiz. Yes,
this the one you just explained. This is for the midterm exam.
yeah, midterm exam.
What about for the quiz?
The quiz we have 4 questions.
4 question.
Yeah, for 1 hour.
Okay.
Okay, 4 questions, 1 mark each. Okay, let's talk about the quiz a little bit. Quiz 1, 4 questions, and 1 free mark for those of you who attend the quiz. ใครเข้า quiz ก็1คะแนนเลยทันที and 4 questions, you can see that you have 1 mark each. So we have a total of 5 marks. นะครับมีคะแนนเต็ม5นะครับใครมาก็ได้1ถ้ามี4ข้อก็ข้อละ1 5คะแนนพอดี Within the 4 questions here, you are going to have 3 possible marks. 0 means you cannot do anything. You can do only something, but it's not substantial. Then you get 0. The next marks that you're going to get is 0.5. You understand like half of it, but it's not correct all the way. นะเหมือนถูกครึ่งๆกลางๆ you're going to get 0.5. But if you got most of them correctly, right, 80%, 90%, I'm going to round it to 1. So you are not going to get 0.5, 0.6, 0.7. No, you are not going to get that. This is make it easier, right? So the grade is going to be 0.5 and 1. Okay. But for a question in here, then you're going to get a mark from 0 to 10 based on your understanding. If you get 0 to 3, meaning you don't understand anything at all. You nearly don't understand anything at all. Depends on how well you understand it. 0 means you don't know anything at all. Okay. 1, 2, up until that. So if you understand maybe partially, but it's not complete, you still have the major flaw in there, you get 4 to 6. However, if you understand most of it, but you make some mistake like 1 plus 1 equal to 3, 1 plus 1 equal to 0, something like that, then you get reduction. If you make 2 mistakes, you get 8. You make 3 mistakes, you get 7, for example. So that's how I grade differently. For a question in the midterm exam or the final exam, I'm gonna grade using this style. But for the quiz, because it's gonna be quick, because you have only 5 marks here, right? So I'm gonna do it like this นะครับควิสมัน5คะแนนเองนะครับเนี่ยอาจารย์จะตรวจแบบนี้0 0.51 ในแต่ละข้อนะวัดไปเลยรู้หรือไม่รู้เพราะว่ามันมา 0.6 0.4 0.3 เนี่ยมันไม่ไหวอะคะแนนมันน้อยเกินอะถูกไหมเอา 0.51 เนี่ยวัดกันไปเลย but in the midterm exam I am gonna do it like for each question I have 10 marks for each question then you're gonna get accordingly but keep in mind that in order to get 5 marks out of 10 you have to understand halfway if you don't understand halfway understanding something halfway is big right ทำมันเข้าใจให้ได้ 50% ของแต่ละเรื่องนี่มันก็ถือว่าเยอะนะ thinking about you read half of the book is that a big deal yeah that's a big deal right so in this case imagine that if you read half of the book you did a lot but you get only 5 out of 10 so don't get surprised if you get 3 out of 10 2 out of 10 because you don't understand it then you deserve to get through and 3 and so forth นะครับการที่เราอ่านหนังสือเล่มหนึ่งเนี่ยอ่านไปครึ่งหนึ่งนี่ที่อาจารย์ถือว่าอ่านเยอะเหมือนกันนะครึ่งเล่มแต่เราก็ได้5 เต็ม 10เองนึกออกใช่ไหมเพราะฉะนั้นถ้าเราไม่เข้าใจอะไรเลยไม่รู้เรื่องเลยคุณจะมาได้5 เต็ม 10นี่มันไม่ได้นะคือคุณได้2 เต็ม 10 1 เต็ม 10ถ้าคุณไม่รู้เรื่องอะไรเลยนึกออกใช่ไหมแล้วนี่เอา5 เต็ม 10เนี่ยเป็นพื้นฐานไว้ให้คุณคิดว่าถ้าคุณอยากได้คะแนนมากกว่า5 เต็ม 10เนี่ยคุณต้องทำยังไง if you want to get 5 out of 10 or more than 5 out of 10 what you have to do you have to get more than half right so that's what I want to say any questions มีคำถามอะไรอีกไหม
ควิส10 ข้อหัวข้ออะไรบ้างครับ
จานบอกไปแล้วนี่ไปดูในก็เนี่ยที่ทำอยู่เนี่ยคุณก็ไปดูตามนั้นน่ะ right if you want to know the topics put here before the bivariate random variables ก่อนถึงหัวข้อนี้นะครับเห็นไหมเนี่ยอาจารย์ทำให้หมดขนาดนี้แล้วเนี่ยโอเค up until bivariate but not including bivariate another question Evan right
to someone else
okay maybe someone else sorry
me.
yeah
So are we allowed to bring in any notes?
Oh, that's a good one. I didn't mention it. The exam will be open book, open note, open anything. Okay? Including the quiz. นะครับ quiz, exam, midterm exam, final exam เป็น open book ทั้งหมด open books, open notes. Thank you for mentioning that. I nearly forgot because I am accustomed to the online teaching until I know that you guys already using the open book, open note. Online, you cannot restrict to cross book and cross note because that's not fair. Most of you gonna have somehow, we cannot control you. So let's put it that way. Okay. So any more questions?
For the quiz, just 1 hour, right?
Yeah, for the quiz. But for the midterm exam is 2.
Okay.
So the quick, you can see that we have 4 questions in 1 hour. So you have to be really fast. But on the midterm exam, it's gonna be 2 hours for 5 or 6 questions. So the time is more relaxed. But you have to be quick also if you want to get good marks. So the quiz is gonna be really quick. Please keep that in mind. Okay.
Can we write on our iPad?
Oh, that's a
Question.
better way. You can do two ways. You can write down on the papers and take the photos, or you can write down on the iPad and take the screenshot and something. Okay, either way. But I prefer to have PDF, guys. Listen carefully. I prefer to have PDF because PDF allow me to zoom in, zoom out easily. So I don't get frustration. If you submit me JPEG or photos directly, I cannot zoom in, I cannot zoom out. Therefore, when I get frustration, normally you know, right? When teacher gets frustration during grading, what's gonna happen? You might not get good marks. I'm human นะจางเป็นคนธรรมดานี่แหละนึกไหมถ้าโหจะตรวจข้อสอบนักศึกษาซูมก็ไม่ได้ถ่ายก็ตัวเล็กจานก็รู้สึกไงเซ็งอย่างนี้ถูกไหมเซ็งคะแนนมันก็จะฝืดๆหน่อยเห็นไหมถ้าใครทำเป็น PDF โอ้ซูมง่ายอะไรง่ายคะแนนมันก็จะลื่นๆหน่อยนะ so I'm giving you guys incentive to submit PDF okay if you submit PDF I'm gonna be happy okay your marks might be higher might be นะ if you submit JPEG you can do that but I don't like it let's put it that way it's up to you you have a choice I didn't force you or anything จาไม่ได้บังคับนะให้เราเลือกเอาว่าเราอยากทำแบบไหนก็ได้นะแต่จานชอบ PDF มากกว่า and guys be really careful when you take photos don't take photos in the wrong orientation landscape and portrait make the correct one don't make me flip my computer okay in that case again you might not get good marks because I get frustration โอเคนะอย่าถ่ายรูปกับหัวกับหางนะเอียงซ้ายเอียงขวาอะไรเงี้ยนะเพราะมันเป็นไปได้ถ้าเราตั้งดีๆแต่กล้องมันเอียงเองอะนึกออกใช่ไหมเพราะฉะนั้นก่อนส่งดูดีๆ and again guys really important before you finish everything you have to make sure that you click submit and make sure that you submit okay make sure that you submit otherwise you might get zero in the if it happened in a midterm exam or final exam you might get W that is really important guys I cannot let you resubmit that's not gonna happen นะครับสำคัญมากนะครับต้อง make sure ว่าส่งนะครับต้องถ้าไม่ส่งนี่คือได้ W เลยนะเพราะคุณจะมาบอกอาจารย์ว่าอาจารย์ขอส่งทีหลังได้ไหมมันไม่ได้เลยนะครับเพราะว่ามันเลยเวลาไปแล้วนะสำคัญมากนะสำคัญกว่าทุกอย่างที่พูดมาเลยเนี่ย very important guys make sure that you click submit and again don't ask me to check you guys one by one I have 20 30 students here I cannot check every one of you that's not my you have to check for yourself right don't put anything on me here นะครับอย่ามาบอกอาจารย์เช็คให้หน่อยผมส่งแล้วอย่างนี้ไม่ได้นะครับอาจารย์ไปเช็คให้อย่างนั้นไม่ได้อาจารย์มีนักศึกษาเพียบเลย20กว่าคนอาจารย์เช็คคนละ1นาทีมันก็20นาทีแล้วมันหมดเวลาแล้วข้อสอบอะทำอย่างนั้นไม่ได้นะมันวุ่นวายตายเลยนะนักศึกษาทุกคนก็บางคนก็จะมีความคิดแบบนี้อาจารย์เช็คให้ผมคนเดียวก็ไม่ได้ถ้าทุกคนคิดแบบนี้มันก็กลายเป็น100คน1,000คนนะนึกออกใช่ไหมเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยก็คือมันต้องมีหน้าที่ของแต่ละคนนะหน้าที่การส่งก็เป็นของนักศึกษาหน้าที่การตรวจข้อสอบก็เป็นของอาจารย์มันก็แบ่งหน้าที่กันอย่างนี้นะครับไม่ใช่หน้าที่ส่งก็ยังต้องอาจารย์ต้องมาเช็คให้ด้วยอย่างเงี้ยมันก็ไม่ได้สินะอย่าไปคิดแบบมุมมองว่าขอแค่คนเดียวเนื่องจากเราให้ถ้าอาจารย์ให้ใครสักคนหนึ่งอาจารย์ก็ต้องให้ทุกคนนะเพราะว่าทุกคนมีสิทธิ์เท่ากันนะ you all have every right I cannot do anything for just one student if I do something for one student I have to do to all students if I let one student submit the homework late I have to allow all of you to submit the late one that's what I do okay so don't ask me to do something against the rule here so I don't want to do it okay guys any more questions I will send you a reminder for the midterm exam shortly not shortly maybe a little bit before the midterm exam so if there is no question I'm gonna leave wish you guys good luck in the quiz 1 and the midterm exam for all exams and take care of yourself the COVID-19 is hitting hard so duck low stay safe take care bye bye
ขอบคุณครับ
โชคดีครับทุกคนรักษาตัวดีๆบ๊ายบายครับ
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ